I see.
The Witcher's contact in Velen was to be Hendrik, the Emperor's spy. Hendrik was operating incognito in that war-ravaged land. His mission, to gather intelligence about Ciri. Yet Geralt arrived too late. The Wild Hunt had reached Hendrik first. The Witcher learned nothing from the spy's corpse, but the Wraiths had failed to find his notes. Geralt read them, and knew that Ciri had been a guest of the Bloody Baron.
It's a bit dark.
Afraid?
Are you?
No.
Then I'm not either.
What?
The Wolf King, now do you believe me?
I do. Hide!
Give him a drubbing. Never seen anything like it.
Girl, you can come out now. Come on. You're lucky we came this way. Found someone far less fortunate in the forest.
Yaren, must be. We was returning from Midcopse when the brute attacked. I managed to flee, but Yaren...
The little one. No details. You have bandages at home? Some spirit? He laid a claw or two on me, unfortunately.
I've naught, miss, but my lord, he's a powerful man. He's sure to help you. Might even reward you for cutting the werewolf down.
Very well. Lead us to your lord.
Just who do you think you brought me, man? That's not me daughter.
And the little one?
Neither, damn it! I think I'd know my own child.
Well, might not be yours, the older one, but you've got to admit a likeness. That's downright striking. So, any chance for that reward?
You'll not see one fucking copper. Get out before I set my hounds on you. So, stew any good?
Very. Thank you. I'd not eaten in...
Clear to see. I'm pleased you like it. Had them prepare a bath for you once you've eaten, and you could do with some sleep. Gretka in the nook behind the hearth. You in the guest room opposite the kitchen.
Thank you.
Eat now. We'll speak once you've rested. So I ordered my men to watch her and left her to rest.
And?
A topic for another time.
The little girl who showed up here with Ciri. What happened to her?
Gretka. She's safe and sound. Helps out in the kitchen. Ciri told me of the girl's parents, what they decided. So I decided not to send the lass home. She's fed here. A roof over a warm corner she calls her own. She wants for nothing.
What happened to Ciri?
I've told you already. A topic for another time.
No, a topic for now. Talk.
That sharpness. What's your tone, Witcher? We wish to come to an agreement, do we not?
Take it you won't give me this information for free.
Sharp you are. I regret your loss. Commiserate. But you see, it so happens my wife and daughter are missing as well. I propose an exchange. Find my loved ones, and I shall tell you about the girl you seek. All I know.
Fine, I'll help you. I'll find your family, but then you'll give me every bit of information you have.
You have my word. Guard! This man's on... Don't...
When do you... What do you...
Precise.
I'll need...
What?
I need...
I'll not let us strike.
Want me to...
I do.
Then let...
The Witcher's contact in Velen was to be Hendrik, the Emperor's spy. Hendrik was operating incognito in that war-ravaged land. His mission, to gather intelligence about Ciri. Yet Geralt arrived too late. The Wild Hunt...
It's a bit dark.
Afraid?
Are you?
No.
Then I'm not either. The Wolf King.
I do. You have...
My...
Very well.
Just who do you think? Neither, damn it! You'll not see what... Son, clear to Greg. Shh. So I...
And...
Ah.
Take it you...
I regret you. I propose...
What if I refuse? 'Cause I just don't want to.
Would you tell me to sod off? Go ahead, but then I'll tell you the same. And what'll that make us? Two helpless, empty-handed sods. Think of it as searching for your own daughter. Ought to go quickly, then. Guard! This man's under my protection. No one's to bother him in any way. Don't stare, I've not grown horns. Treat it as a token of my good faith.
When do you see them last?
They vanished after the new moon, as if whisked away by shadows.
What do you mean, vanished?
Precisely that. I awoke one morn to find them gone.
I'll need to...
What for?
I need...
I'll not let her...
Want me to find them or not?
I do.
Then let me work.
Fine. When she was a babe, my daughter loved animals. Saw a deer trophy on a wall once. Do you know what she asked?
Haven't got a clue.
Papa, is that deer's wump on the other side of the wall? You see it there? Whoa, what's a trophy? I pity any bastard who's hurt her. I'll flay him alive. Here it is. Damn it! Jammed again. Bedchamber. Tamara's room is there. Try not to make a mess. For their return, I want everything to be as they left it.
Wooden candlestick. Stem's broken. Fresh flowers. He expects them to return any minute. Takes hope. Walls a different color. Something used to hang here. That painting? Right size. The Baron and his wife. Look happy enough. What's this? Gotta wonder who wanted to hide the hole. And what's on the other side. It gets interesting. Piece of wood looks like the stem of that candlestick. No coincidence there. Fight might have happened here. Ought to look for clues. Rest of the candlestick. And wine stains. Somebody smashed a bottle. From Toussaint. Yeah, Herveloos. Scent hasn't died. Wonder where it'll lead me. Damn, trail breaks off. Could find something else, though. Sprucewood. Smells of juniper incense. Some sort of folk talisman. Protective. Question is, against what? Won't find much else here.
Get out of my sight. Oh! What the... Done poking around?
Found signs of a fight in the room. Know anything about that?
A fight? What are you talking about?
Someone was attacked. Probably your wife or daughter. Whoever it was tried to defend themselves with a candlestick. Missed the attacker. Punctured the wall instead. They tussled too.
I don't know nothing about this. That night, I was drunk, don't remember a thing. They were gone by the time I awoke.
Doubt you were the only ones in the castle. Maybe one of your men heard something?
3 times I asked those bastards if they'd seen anything, heard anything. Nothing, not a one of them.
Whole landing smells of wine. Tell me anything about that?
One of the lads, must be. Lushes, one and all.
Give your men Ervelus?
Oh, damn it. I might have spilled it. I told you I was good and marinated that night. Was it matter? Stench of wine in plenty of corn around the castle.
Recognize this amulet?
Yes. Anna began wearing it a time ago.
Any idea where she got it?
None.
Any witches or cunning women in the area?
A Pella. Old Coot lives near Blackbow. And there's a cunning woman in Midcopse, but I know little about her. She's only recently arrived. If Anna were to see someone, she'd choose the Pella, not the woman. Anna was wary of strangers, newcomers.
Ought to have a chat with this Peller.
Fair warning, he's a hard man to talk to. Rumour has it he killed his own father with an axe as a lad, then went batty. Now they say he sees ghosts and ploughs his goat.
Not really interested in his hobbies. Just want to ask about the amulet.
She's racing.
Come on, Roach.
We'll get the old bullet used. Hey, look.
What do you want?
Want to talk to the Peller.
Too late. We've got dibs on a chat with him. A long one.
Get the hell out. Now.
And here I thought we'd have a day without corpses.
Herb Majors pay top coin for the special bits of rare creatures.
Wonder how much we'll get for his eyes.
Right. All together! Ah! What's that? Stand still, damn it!
Not good.
Now!
Gotta wonder about a man who could get Edric's friends all worked up. Hey, anybody home? Open up, it's safe now.
Devils. Who do they bring? What seek ye?
I need your help.
Oh, a man. Nay, a wolf. Grey, though not old. 'Tis he the Peller awaits.
Recognize this? Made of spruce wood, strong smell of juniper, designed to protect someone.
Freshly cut spruce sprinkled with goat's blood, then tempered with an incense of earth, smoke, and juniper. For Anna, to protect her.
So, designed to protect her. From what?
Oh, the besieged she was, evil all around, wanting to possess her. Old magic, born of oblivion, from dark sources emerged.
Old magic? Can you be more specific?
'Tis not for mouth speech, nor for the touch. A small protective charm, not a thing more a Peller could do.
Anna and her daughter are missing. Know where they are?
Nay, nay. Peller don't know. But the spirits could know. The Peller will augur, the spirits ask.
Spirits? Great. Fine with me. Long as I know where to look, where to find them.
Lost, must be found. Princess! None better than Princess for finding things.
Princess? Which princess?
Princess, my goat! She's fled.
Those men must have scared her off. Can we get back to the auguring?
Without the goat, impossible. No goat, won't work.
Will you help me if I bring the goat back?
Princess! Where have you got to, girl?
Fine.
The bell! The little bell's ringing. She loves it. Ring, ring, and she will follow. For a while. But beware of wild strawberries.
Yeah, treacherous as beasts go. I hope... This way, I think. There you are. Here, goat. Here, princess. Hoofed and horned. Should have known it would be stubborn. All right, time to try the bell. Should have guessed as much.
This is
See
where
the
you
bells
do I
are richer
really have to
compared to
keep
a patch
ringing
of
this
wild
bell for you to follow?
strawberries. Where the hell'd you go?
Bear! Bear! Run, you stupid piece of shit! Not bad.
Do I really have to keep ringing this bell for you to follow? You're no roach, but I bet we could be friends in time. You've got that all-important quality every roach has to have. You don't talk much.
Princess, flee not from the pillar, for there are wolves about. Goat of mine, dearest, sweetest goat.
Can we talk about Anna and Tamara now? Know where they might be?
Blood. We need blood. A living being.
Fine. Be right back. Will this do?
They are not here. There is God. Blood. I see blood.
Whose?
No Anna. No Tamara. Just the child. A child that lives not, yet did not die.
Mentioned a child. Whose?
Why, Anna's.
Anna was pregnant?
She was. And she miscarried.
Baron didn't mention it.
Afraid, perhaps. Or ashamed, or forgetful. Or perhaps he had no wish to remember.
Anna tell you all this? Did she come here after it happened?
Nay, not Anna. 'Twas the omens told me.
Great, so I can be sure it's true.
The omens need not your faith to be true. It is you who needs the omens to lead you to truth.
The Baron have anything to do with his wife's miscarriage?
Foul-tempered he is, and he's a fondness for hooch.
No doubt makes his temper even fouler. Did he abuse his family? Anna came to you, you must have noticed something.
The Pella's old, near blind, but Princess came and licked her hand.
So what?
She's a wise beast. Only comes to those who suffer.
What happened to the child?
In a grave thrown, without rite or ceremony, it awoke. Now it wanders, it seeks vengeance.
A botchling.
White Wolf, Wise Wolf, catch the botchling. The botchling will help, lead the wolf to the loved ones.
Botchlings suck the blood of pregnant women and eat their fetuses. They don't help.
'Tis a being cursed, and witches lift curses. If the White Wolf can't lift it, he should bring me its blood. Blood will always find kindred blood.
Why do you want its blood?
Blood, blood, blood. It binds men for all ages, the living and the dead.
Sure, but what do you want to do with it?
At times, a century is too short for two brothers to reconcile. One dies before things are set right. The other then brings his blood to the Pella.
And what does the Peller do?
He awaits Forefathers' Eve. He mixes the blood with milk, herbs, and hen's feet. He drinks to reconcile the dead with the living. There shall be no Forefathers' Eve this year. But we'll find a way, all the same.
Heard of one witcher who lifted a botchling's curse. Never tried it myself, though. I know you need to bury it under the threshold.
And give it a name. Perform the Aim Roin.
The ritual of naming? That's an elven custom.
Human, elven, dwarven, ancient. Spirits have no race. They honor not its meaning. Win a spirit's favor, and the spirit shall aid you. Ask, and it will answer. Seek, and it will show you the way.
I hear you right. You mentioned Forefathers' Eve? Pretty old custom. Thought it had died out.
Death lurks in every bog and puddle round here. Folk know they could die, their earthly matters unresolved. Then they require help, or they'll not know peace. Forefathers' Eve must be performed. Light the tallow candles to lead them through the dark. Call them by name, appease their regrets. Only then may they depart in peace.
Whatever I do, I gotta find the botchling first.
Seek it at midnight, near the grave that lies empty.
If what you say is true, the Baron ought to know where that grave is.
Blasphemers, dogs, blood, should all be
Hey-ya.
flogged like stones in their asses.
My sweet boy, have mercy! Take pity on an old woman!
Help an old, feeble woman.
What's wrong?
T'other night, blasphemers, pox take and profane the shrine to Verna the Merciful. Shrine's gotta be repaired, else Verna will take umbrage. Our cows will croak, and kitties will be covered in warts, and our dogs will get the mange.
Warts and mange? Sounds dangerous. Fine, I'll... Done.
The good gods have sent ye to me. Someone to repair their shrine.
Look, already got a trade. I'm a witcher. Restoring traditional roadside structures in wood, just not my specialty.
Fighting evil, that's a witcher's calling. And vandals are worse than beasts.
Fine. I see any damaged shrines, I'll take care of them. Won't go out of my way, though.
Nothing's out of the way in these parts. And the gods will guide ye.
Not this.
Come on, Roach. Lightning strike. Faster.
The little ace save us.
Slow now. Whoa.
It's burning!
Come on.
Run! Run!
Giddy up. Hey there.
Oswin! Where's Oswin? Anyone seen him?
Believe I saw him heading to the stable.
What?
Fire. You blind? Nobody willing to put it out?
Ain't that simple. Most are afraid. Baron flies into a rage. He takes no prisoners.
My brother's in the stable! We've got to save him! He'll burn alive! Him and the horses!
See what I can do.
Hurry now! Quick! Well, what will you say now? Nick?
Well, this is a fucking fur.
You! Where do I know you from, eh? Ah, right! The Witcher! Come, drink with me! Pale as a ghost you are.
I know your wife miscarried. Was that before or after you beat her to a pulp?
What the fuck are you suggesting?
Don't play me for a fool. You'd been beating them for years. Finally, they'd had enough and fled. Sound about right?
Ah!
Shit, fire's spreading. They ran from you, didn't they?
Lying prick!
Mistake. We need to talk. Sit down. You beat them.
I never laid a finger on Tamara. Not once.
And on Anna?
That's another story. She always knew how to spark my ire.
Your wife? How'd she make you angry? Too much salt in the soup? Socks never darned?
20 years we've known each other. She's seen me drunk and sober. She was there to greet me when I returned the victor. She was there to patch me up in defeat. Like no other, she knew where to press, where to pinch, so it would hurt.
You beat her? For that? For criticizing you?
Ah, Witcher, you haven't a clue, have you? Well, perhaps I shall tell you about it one day. One day, but not today.
Expect me to believe you are a loving father to Tamara after that scene in the courtyard?
You're free to believe whatever you wish, but she was always the apple of my eye. She had the run of the place, ask anyone. She'd ride the horses, hunt with the men, at times join them on their rounds. And they'd send for her when I flew into a rage, for only she could calm me.
Make it sound like she led a charmed life. If that's the case, why'd she run?
I'd hardly need you if I knew.
You knew they had run away from the start.
Yes, I knew.
Why didn't you tell me? Wasted my time.
Say I had. Say I'd said I had troubles. Couldn't control my wife, my daughter. What kind of flaccid prick would you take me for?
Gotta admit, I do think you're a prick. Not because you couldn't control them, but because you drove them away.
What?
Don't play the idiot. You gave them no choice.
Anna and I. It wasn't as it seemed. Seems.
All right, I'm all ears. Tell me what happened. The truth this time.
I'd been soaking myself 3 days straight. Anna came to me, said they were leaving. I begged them to stay. She refused to hear it. I tried to stop her. She wriggled like an eel. We struggled. She fell. Last blasted thing I remember. Woke up in the morn, breeches heavy with my own piss. A large bump on my head. Sadly, they were gone. Know what that's like, Witcher? No. How the fuck could you? I was left with nothing. Nothing! Only the bottle.
Tamara present for all this? She see you quarrel?
Through the doorway, perhaps. She didn't enter the room. Shame, too. Things might have turned out differently. The sight of her always calmed me.
What happened next?
Next? It only got worse. I awoke at sunset, not knowing how many days had passed. Thought it was all a ploughing, drunken nightmare. And then I went to the bedchamber, but Anna was not there. Instead, there was blood everywhere. I knew she'd miscarried. My breath short, my throat locked. I neared the bed and saw it. It lay there, a tiny thing, defenseless, on bloodied sheets, dead. And it was my doing.
Maybe you're doing, maybe not. But that amulet she wore could be important. Or maybe the fact that she lost it. What did you do with the child?
What was I to do? Took it out and buried it.
Just like that?
Damn you! I gave no thought to a funeral. It was a horror. I wanted it to end. That child had been my dream. I told Anna, the little one, our little one, to make things right. Yet she died before she could be born. Understand, Witcher? My child was dead.
I sympathize. I do.
Thank you. And know that I hope you find your Ciri.
Deal we made means I need to find Tamara and Anna first. Just so happens your unborn daughter might help us do that.
What? How?
Sometimes miscarried fetuses, if they don't get a proper burial, turn into botchlings.
Into fucking what?
Details you don't need to know. There's a bond of blood between this creature and your wife and daughter. I can use that bond to find them.
How?
One of two ways. Legends claim you can bury a botchling under the family's threshold, perform a ritual, and turn it into a lubberkin. That's a sort of, hob, a guardian spirit that could lead me to your family.
And the other way?
We kill it and draw some blood. Take that to the Peller and he does the rest.
Do not kill my child. It's suffered enough already. Lift the curse that it may finally rest in peace.
Whatever we do, we gotta find the botchling first.
I'll show you where I buried her, and I'll dig the grave at my threshold.
If it turns out we can't transform the botchling into a lubberkin, they can bury us in it. Handy either way. The sooner we resolve this, the better. Best do it tonight, at midnight.
Then wait here with me. Near midnight, I'll take you to where I buried her.
Get word to the common folk. Ought to stay in their homes tonight and draw a line of salt outside their doors. And try to sober up.
Do I take a shovel to dig up the grave?
Take it. You'll need it, but not for that.
A bit further. Follow me.
The Witcher's contact in Velen was to be Hendrik, the Emperor's spy. Hendrik was operating incognito in that war-ravaged land. His mission, to gather intelligence about Ciri. The Witcher's contact in Velen was to be Hendrik, the Emperor's spy. Hendrik was operating incognito in that war-ravaged land. His mission, to gather intelligence about Ciri. Yet Geralt arrived too late. The Wild Hunt had reached Hendrik first. The Witcher learned nothing from the spy's corpse, but the Wraiths had failed to find his notes. Geralt read them, and knew that Ciri had been a guest of the Bloody...
Shit, fire's spreading.
They ran.
The Witcher's contact in Velen was to be Hendrik, the Emperor's spy. Hendrik was operating incognito in that war-ravaged land. His mission, to gather intelligence about Ciri. Yet Geralt arrived too late. The Wild Hunt had reached Hendrik first. The Witcher learned...
People! The castle's on fire!
Come on.
Drunk old fool tottering about. Go calm him down.
Oswin, anyone see?
Believe I saw men.
What?
Fire.
In that sim.
My brother's in this.
See what I can do.
Hurry now!
Damn it. Lots of smoke. Gotta hurry.
Over here! Can't get out! Roof's collapsed!
Coming to get you.
We've a hero in our midst. You've earned yourself a barrel of Lyrian.
I know your wife miscarried. Was that before or after you? Don't play me for a
You wait, or plow it.
Come on.
They ran from you, didn't they?
Lying prick!
Damn. Sit. You beat. And
That's...
you
Yet...
wide.
So...
Go.
What?
Don't.
Anna...
Don't. I'm supposed to.
What?
Sometime.
Into...
Detail.
Ha... And the...
Weak.
Do not...
What a.
Or
This.
Then what?
And
Do what?
take.
A bit further. Follow me.
You give the child a name?
No. Why would we?
Mistake. Names are powerful seals.
Here's the spot.
Chose a lovely spot.
Damn it, will you relent? I'm ploughing now I've done wrong.
Good. The grave's dug up and empty.
What's that mean?
Botchlings on the prowl.
Look! And if it goes Garrity, it'll bite us in the arse before we know it.
Keep screaming and it will turn rabid. It's calm for now.
Bloody hell. What happens when it gets plowing restless?
It'll bite through your jugular, and you'll bleed to death before I can help. Tell me if it starts wriggling. I'll calm it with magic. Pick it up. Take it in your arms.
Merciful gods!
Back to the fortress.
What? With this?
As I recall, you were the one wanted to test the old legends, change it into a lubberkin.
Oh, fuck.
Botchling's scent attracted them.
Do something!
That stench.
Tightly! It's thriving something fierce! Come! Oh. Quiet now. But what do you want to do with it?
Me? Nothing. This is your job. Told you, gotta bury it under the threshold. If the tales are true, by tomorrow it'll be a lubberkin. From then on, it'll watch over your house and help me find your family. Need to hurry.
On with it!
Die.
Come on!
Squirming again? Like a daft eel? I cannot hope! It worked. It stopped.
Chosen a name?
No.
So think of one. It's important.
It's a girl. What would Anna have named her? now?
Repeat after me. By the powers of earth and sky.
By the powers of earth and sky.
By the world that was to be your home.
By the world that was to be your home.
Forgive me, you who came, but who I did not embrace.
Forgive me, you who came, but who I did not embrace.
I name thee, say her name, and embrace thee as my daughter.
I name thee, Daya, and embrace thee as my daughter.
Good. Now bury the body.
What now?
In 1 day's time, Daya should turn into a lubberkin. I'll stay here and wait. You go home.
I'll wait with you.
Out of the question.
But that's my child. And the guilt, the responsibility for all this lies with me.
Time for parental impulses? It's long past. Besides, nothing else you can do here.
But
no buts. Just Witcher's work left to do here. Gotta wait a day and a night for the botchling to turn into a lubberkin. That's it. Go home. And try not to drink yourself stupid again. By blood's power I summon you. With your name I beseech you. Hear my call and arise, Dea. Lead me to those bound to you by blood.
Boys say there's a lass round one of the villages that'll let you poker for a few francs. No! Mummy!
Fuck.
Sure wasn't lavender they kept in there. Might be worth looking around, though. Clothing. They change in here? A bracelet. One of them must have dropped it. Horseshoe. No way a pitch burner could afford a horse. Both were here. I'm going the right way. Wants to show me something more. Show me what you got. Necrophages had a field day. Still worth a closer look. Should examine that horse carcass. What do we have here? Bones have been here a while. Chewed on the saddle. Necrophages will eat anything these days. Giant claws. Wasn't a necrophage made these marks. Horseshoes missing. Is this the animal that lost one in the smokehouse? Head torn clear off. Takes incredible strength. Must have been attacked by a powerful beast. Surprised him. Hope they got away. Trail goes on. Good thing it doesn't end here. Fisherman's hut. Seems she wants me to take a closer look.
Who's that? The room. Go on now.
What you seek here, sir? Our hut's out of the way. Woeful. We has nothing. We knows nothing.
Just need information. Looking for 2 women. The Bloody Baron's wife and daughter.
Not a soul have been here, sir.
Sure? Not even passing through? Daughter's medium height, about 20. Her mother's thin, about 40. Seen them?
That sir came at night, right, Mummy? Quiet, boy.
Where'd the girl go? Your son said enough. No point in playing dumb anymore.
Sorry, sir, but you don't look like one of her father's men.
Because I'm not. I'm looking for Tamara and her mother. I need to know if they're alive and safe.
Tamara is, aye. She's to my brother's place in Oxenford. But Mrs. Anna, that's another tale.
Though anywhere's better than the Crow's Perch with a baron.
Why?
'Cause he beat her, sir. Beat Mrs. Anna, I means. Everyone knew, but not a one lifted a finger for to stop it.
What happened to Tamara's mother?
Twere like this. I was awaiting in the old smokehouse with horses. Cold as hell and so dark, couldn't see past 2 ells in front of you. Moon had risen high, and still they hadn't come. Began to fear some demon had snatched them. But finally, they came forth, and we sets off towards the river. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a gale arose. Thought it'd tear my head off. And those damn birds, swarms of them coursing o'er the woods, raising a racket to make your ears bleed. Mrs. Anna screamed, bent over into herself. Tamara knelt down, gripped her arms. 'Twere then I saw it. Fiery marks on her hands.
What marks?
These, well, like burned on with hot iron. On the palms, inside.
Burned? Like a cattle brand?
Aye, though these wasn't black scars scabbed over. They's hot and glowing, as if they burned with raw fire.
Fine. What happened next?
Grew even darker. Seemed someone had put out the stars. Crickets all went silent of a sudden, and then, from the woods, a roar. Broke out in a cold sweat, and before I could catch my breath, a beast jumped out of the woods, big as a barn, with horns and 2 burning coals for eyes. I thought I was done for. Beast attacked Mrs. Anna's horse, ripped its head off, carried her off into the woods. Our horses, mine and Miss Tamara's, got spooked and tore off willy-nilly. 'Twere the only reason we escaped.
The miss wanted to go back for her mother, but my wife pleaded, said she'd die out there alone. Miss Tamara agreed not to go.
Why help them at all? You risked a lot.
I'd a debt. Owed Miss Tamara. 3 moons passed, a fever gripped my boy. We thought he was done for. Tamara learnt it. Brought food and salves. We're poorer than dirt itself. She saved my boy. No 2 ways about it. Me, myself, I'd have never dared to help. But my missus told me a time of war and contempt's come. A time of folk gone wrong. We needs to repay good with good. Who stands by idly does evil as if.
Married a wise woman.
Crying shame we couldn't save Mrs. Anna in the end.
Thanks for your help.
The lady, she'll be all right in the end, won't she?
I'll do what I can to see that she is. So here our paths diverge. Thank you, Dea. Go in peace.
Come on. That's it, Roach. Run, Roach.
Halt! Stand and
Boots a bit big, maybe? Careful not to trip.
Halt, I say! I am Rundvid of the Small Marsh, bound by a sacred oath.
Oh, that's rough. My sympathies.
To honour Maid Bilberry, fairest of all maids I know, by duelling 100 knights to the death. Now, draw your sword post haste, for I've 99 left after you.
At your service. Let's get this over with.
Ha! No, I yield.
Had enough?
Yes, luck stood with you. But the next time we meet...
Challenge me again. Raise your hand, draw your sword, look at me the wrong way, and I'll kill you.
You so sure of that?
Yes.
We shall see.
Hey-ya!
Need a swift kick in the arse.
Slower.
Remember me?
Stable hand pulled you out of the fire.
We'll never forget that. Here, I'm grateful.
Witcher, a word, please.
What is it?
That night when the Baron ordered everyone to lock their doors, stay inside. What did you and the Baron do?
Gotta ask the Baron about that. Speaking of which, know where he is?
Garden. Spends a lot of time sitting there of late.
Drunk.
No. Don't drink, don't eat. Just sits.
There you are.
See the hollyhock there? The violet blooms. Brought the plants here from Nazaire. Anna had read some story. Insisted on having them. Spent hours tending to them, trimming, pruning. She was so content at that. And them, the frilly ones, are called birds of paradise in Zerrikania. But Tamara called them dragons of paradise. She adored them. Damn shame I'll never learn which blooms would please Dea most. Though it's good to know her spirit's free.
Got some information about your family.
You've learned something? Well, let's go inside. It's a bit chilly out. Any news for me?
Your daughter's in Oxenfurt.
What the blazes? She all right? In good health? Safe? Why haven't you brought her back?
Never offered to do that.
How do you know she's safe? You see her at least?
No, but I talked to the man who helped her escape and then took her in. Tamara is safe and sound. From what I gathered, she has no desire to see you again, no intention to return.
I shan't trust some peasant dolt. I shan't trust whoever it is helped her. I need to know for certain she's safe. Go to her. You must be sure. See her yourself. I shan't believe anyone else.
I've done my part. You've got dozens of men. There's gotta be someone you can send.
You refuse to go?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you! Yet, if you're ever in the area, by chance even, take this and just make sure she's all right.
What is it?
A letter of safe conduct. Ever since the Redanians took hold of the Pontar Delta, they made it damned hard to get to Novigrad without one. Very well. You were to find them both. What of Anna? Learned anything?
Nothing yet, but I'm on her trail.
Well, what are you waiting for?
For you to tell me about Ciri, like we agreed.
Fine.
The Witcher's contact in Velen was to be Hendrik, the Emperor's spy. Hendrik was operating incognito in that war-ravaged land. His mission, to gather intelligence about Ciri. Yet Geralt arrived too late. The Wild Hunt had reached Hendrik first.
There you...
See that? Anna and them. Damn
God.
You've well, any news for...
You're done.
What the...
Never...
How do you... Go to...
That much I can do.
I'm grateful. Take this, call it enticement, and this might prove useful.
What is it?
A letter of safe conduct. Ever since the Redanians... Very well. You were to find them both. What of Anna? Learned anything?
Nothing yet, but I'm on her trail.
Well, what are you waiting for?
For you to tell me about Ciri, like we agreed.
Fine. A word once given. When Ciri was on the mend, we took her out on a hunt. Thought a bit of galloping would warm up her limbs, gone stiff from so much bed rest. That lass of yours, pure luck in the flesh. To hunt down a wild boar that size, why, worthy of one of King Foltest's feasts, were he still among the living. Ciri, come! Our haunt should be yours as I see it.
Oh, you done well, lass.
Not bad. Not bad at all. But who goes boar hunting with a sword?
No bow at hand, no spear. My sword was all I had.
Well, you brandished it beautifully. Where'd they teach you that, anyway?
At Kaer Morhen.
Witcher school there, aye. But they only took lads, as I recall.
They made an exception for me.
Right. Mean to say you're a she-witcher?
Not entirely. The mutations, I was never subjected to them. But everything else I know, I learned from the witches there.
Know any of them potions?
Not so much. A bit.
Because you see, at times I get this pinching back here.
Shut it, Egrin. Nobody cares about your backside. A woman could swing a sword. I've knowed one. But never seen a lady mount anything but a cock proper. All tipsy on horseback. Nothing strange on account they bloody mount them sideways.
Perhaps you'd care to wager?
Think you can outrun me on an horse? Naturally. What's the stake?
Black mare. The one in the stable.
Oh, that won't do it all.
What happened? You get the jitters?
No.
So why not?
The horse is mine.
To race the Baron himself. I'd consider it an honor.
Oh, that'd be a sight to behold.
Would it ever?
Done. But if I win, I take your sword.
Agreed.
I'd not drink any more this night. You'll want your head about you. We start at daybreak. The day dawns.
Ready?
As ever, first one to the tower.
Man chop! Come on, silly, don't you embarrass us!
You're wind, not woman. Worthy of the best horse. The mare is yours.
Thank you!
What?
Another chance to win.
She screamed like a mad woman. In an instant, all had forgotten the wager. Every man ran to save his skin, even were it to break his neck.
And they make it?
Some, aye. Others were not so fortunate. But what happened then? I must say, Witcher, seen a lot, but nothing like this. Never.
Uh-oh. I know that look.
You're a fast learner. You'll know the rest once you find my wife.
Working on it.
And making piss-poor progress.
They split up. Hadn't considered that possibility before. But don't worry. I'll find Anna too. So long.
Went to the village for the... Got up.
Wait, Witcher! When you find my daughter, will you give her this?
A ragdoll?
Uh-huh.
Didn't see it myself, but they say he grabbed him by the cloak and...
machete!
Come on.
That's it, Roach.
Please, don't leave me here!
Time to end this.
They'd have eaten me alive for certain. Corpses must have drawn them. Thank you for not leaving me there. Seems luck's with me at times after all.
Luck? Guess things could be worse. You get infected recently? That why you haul corpses?
What? No, it's me job. Well paid too.
Thing is, you're not a witcher or a mage, so you're not immune.
I'm no foul mutant, thank the gods. But no worries, me. It's just, well, no illness ever holds me.
Gonna need a new cart. Gotta burn this one, soon.
Can't I just bury the stiff somewhere near? Cart's still fit for fixing.
Anyone learns you carried plague victims in it, no one will ever hire you again.
Why would they need to learn? I won't tell if you don't.
And you'll spread the pox for miles around.
Oh, needs must, I suppose. Got anything to start a fire with? Well, lit up like a bale of straw. Am I ever lucky I ran into ye? Thanks for your help and wise counsel.
Here's some more. Go home, burn those clothes, and scrub yourself thoroughly.
Yo, sure, but I tell you true, no blight could touch me.
Sure hope so. Farewell.
Fuck hell.
Just about ready. Need
Quite the banquet. Where'd you get all the meat?
found porkers wambling all about, so we roasted one of them.
Want a bite? Plenty to go round.
Gladly.
Hyas, cut the gentleman a slice of piglet.
No, I won't stand for it. They done roasted your golder, the wazzocks.
Him again. You want another bannikin?
What's this about?
They slaughtered your golder, cooked her up. Wazzocks.
Same old song. Nothing doing. Gotta wallop him. Caius, Jacob, grab him!
Nay, shan't be. Help!
He hasn't harmed you. Leave him alone.
We go all chummy like, offer you roast hog, and you do this?
No Grockle's gonna give us orders. Clobber him, lads!
Never fight a witcher. You hurt?
Nay, but you golder. Oh, zounds, they done cooked her.
You must have really loved that pig.
Who are you?
I'm Geralt of Rivia.
Me? I'm Yontek of these parts.
Live in this village alone?
Nay, they's home. Flab and Hagel and Bebon. Only Klaus and Igor are gone missing.
Who are Klaus and Igor?
Igor's the fool that eat grass. Klaus, he's the elderman. Every man knows Klaus. But where's they now? I dunno. Took by the piggy magic, must be.
The pigs are magic?
They sure is. See for yourself.
Fine. I'll take a look at the pigs.
Good, lush.
Giddy up.
Run, Roach.
Not too late to surrender. Not good. Shit.
Don't bet your mum ever squirted you out. Go for the horse son's eyes! on, Roach.
The Emperor shall guide us straight to know.
Hey!
Shut up and fight.
Yeah, oh!
Got it! Inferior!
Not good.
And advance!
Que ella.
Hey-ya!
Bad idea.
You! Fuck.
Come on, Roach.
Fancy, eh?
Hey-ya! Faster.
Oh.
Crow. You choked it down.
Oh, watch where you step.
No passage!
Halt! No passage.
Case of the plague surface in the city or something?
The plague? No. We're to not let folk in the city. It's an order, so I don't, unless someone's got a pass.
Who ordered the city gates closed?
Word is the king himself. Doesn't want paupers and refugees pissing all over his beautiful city. Apart from which, when folk can go hither and thither, always a chance some spy will slink through. This way, spies got it harder. So, no pass, no passage.
This what you mean?
Let me look at that. Missing a seal, the red one.
Impossible.
Department of Civil Defence forgot again. They're really off their heads these days. Happens, so be it. You may come through.
Come through.
Ah.
Hey! Redain it.
Fuck.
Greetings, Master.
Got a razor and So long. Got a razor and... So long.
What the devil?
Sure doesn't...
So, this?
Looking to perfect your craft?
Of course.
Still talking.
Aye.
Show me what you... So long.
Greetings again.
Show me what you... So long.
What can I get? Please, a bottle of ink.
I'm looking.
Wait a moment.
You're looking for me, and who might you be? My father sent you?
Yeah, to see if you're still alive. And well. I'm Geralt of Rivia.
I'm quite alive and extraordinarily well, Geralt of Rivia. Better than I've ever been in this rotten life of mine, and now that you've seen me, I bid you farewell.
Wait.
We've nothing more to talk about.
Your father's a vile man. You're angry and bitter. Can't blame you.
Why do you help him then? Why did you take this job?
Because he knows something about someone dear to me. Promised to tell me if I found you and your mother.
Got it. A bit of blackmail. Just his style. Well, now you've found me, you can tell him I'm alive and I'm never coming back.
Wojtek claims your mother had strange marks on her hands, and that a monster dragged her into the woods. That true?
We were riding towards the river. Suddenly, Mum cried out, bent over, almost fell off her horse. I rode up to her and saw something strange. Her hands were on fire. And then that creature leapt from the woods. I don't know what it was, but it roared so fierce my nose bled. I saw it topple trees. I've never been so scared in my life. And that thing grabbed my mum and disappeared into the woods. I wanted to turn back, go after them, but the horses panicked. Now I don't even know if she's alive.
I don't mean to pry, but I know your mother had a miscarriage.
His doing? He shoved her, she fell, that's how it started. We were alone, no one to help, blood everywhere. Worst night of my life.
Sorry. Must have been hard for you both.
Mum was in shock. She was raving that it was better this way, that she never wanted the child. Must have had a fever. She was losing blood the whole time.
She didn't want the child?
Said she'd sooner cut open her gut than bear another child from his seed.
What will you do now?
Find my mum.
You realize that might not be that easy.
Don't worry, I'm not daft enough to believe I can do it alone. I've got some new friends now. Powerful friends. They'll help me.
Who are these friends, if it's not a secret?
No secret. Heard of the Church of the Eternal Fire? A priest helped me contact the Redanian witch hunters. Righteous, brave men. They'll help me.
Hence the candlesticks in your room. So you believe in the eternal fire?
Once the heat of the fire has set your heart aflame, it gives you strength and leads you down the path of truth for the rest of your life. I hope it'll bless you with its warmth one day.
Thanks. Thing is, fire's tricky. It's easy to get burned. What about your father?
Who? Oh, him. I don't care. I won't go back to him. That bit of my life? Forgotten it already.
Well, well. A witcher. Never thought the Baron would stoop to hiring a monster slayer. Though I hear you're good at tracking things down.
Desperate fathers have been known to do a lot to find their daughters.
Unexpected from a witcher. I thought your mutations cleansed you of humanity. Stripped you of emotions.
You don't need mutations to strip men of their humanity. I've seen plenty of examples. Glad you know who I am. Haven't introduced yourself, though.
Graden. Witch hunter in the service of His Royal Majesty Radovid of Redania. I'm certain you've heard of us.
Rings a bell.
If the Bloody Baron sent you to fetch his daughter, you'd best face it. You will fail in your task.
I appreciate your concern, but I don't need it. As for Tamara, she can make her own decisions.
Noble of you. A killer for hire abandoning his bounty for the good of another. The Hunters and the Church of the Eternal Fire thank you.
Where are you gonna take her?
Tamara must rest. She's had a harrowing experience. When the warmth of the Eternal Fire has restored her strength, we shall see about finding her mother.
Before you go, your father asked me to give you this.
Clara? Father told you to give me Clara. Funny how he thought to buy me back with a memory. Tell him one gesture could never make up for a ruined childhood. So long, Witcher. In spite of all, I'm grateful you gave me a choice. Didn't force me to go back to the tyrant.
Hope you know what you're getting yourself into. So long, and good luck.
I believe Nanka dabbled in witchcraft.
Quite the work my man's got, eh?
More lifeless, move!
I'm listening. What do you...
Gave Tamara your gift.
How'd she react?
Probably not like you'd have wanted. She threw the doll away.
Threw it away? Oh, gods, I hoped, despite all... Oh. Well, what of Anna?
Still don't know anything specific, but I'm on her trail.
Well, will you stand there like a knob? Find her!
So long.
I say he grabbed him by the cloak and spam right in the chest.
Oi, lad, now, fancy an outing?
Prick.
Robbed the soldiers' corpses, chopped off fingers he did.
That's
then
it,
traded
Roach.
the baubles for victuals.
Whoa there, Roach.
Come on, Roach. Let's go! Not good.
Whoa!
Come through.
Ah!
Come on now.
Kill him! Strip him, then dump him in a ditch! Don't let him catch his breath!
Damn it.
That's it, Roach.
Take it easy.
Wonderful.
The Passiflora is Novigrad's most famous bordello. But there's also...
Oh! Officer, taking a rest from witch hunting.
Hard times we live in.
Got my eye on. Our Novigrad, shining a brilliant. No evil can survive the holy fire. The holy fire enlightens, burns, and cleanses. Behold the flame of grace and mercy. Special fire for you, freak. Nice, slow burning. You'll beg for mercy in all the voices known to you by the others of your species. No! I wanted only to live like you. Help me, kind folk, please!
Look! A Doppler!
Sure hope Dudu hasn't met the same fate.
Burnt Doppler. Why, the stench is entirely different.
Sorceress, it's like
Hey, sod off. We're looting here.
Want you gone by the time I count to 3. 1.
Hear that?
2.
Ooh, looky. Thinks he can scare us off.
3.
Keep it together, mates!
You scared?
Son of a whore!
Not too late to surrender.
Die, fool!
At him!
Me! Leave him to me!
Is he? Kill him!
Yeah! Ha! Whoa! Die, fool! Yeah! Keep it together, lads! Ow! Whoa!
Is he? Kill him!
Yeah!
Our Novigrad, shining a brilliant pearl amongst cities.
Sure hope Dudu hasn't met the same fate.
Sorceress.
Hey! Want
Hear that?
2.
Ooh.
3.
Wait for this.
At it. Mercies.
Damn it.
Son of a whore.
Yeah.
At it.
Shit your pants already, big boy?
Mercies. Son of a whore.
Keep it together, lads. Dive.
Pathetic.
Son of a whore.
Yeah. Ah. Ha. Ha. Die, fool. No, don't. No more, please.
Where's the sorceress who lived here?
Most likely hiding in some rat trap with the rest of them.
Who's she hiding from?
Temple Guard's cracking down. All mages are fair game.
Yeah, they round them up like rats.
Someone's got to know more.
I'd look for her in the Putrid Grove.
Putrid Grove. Where is it?
I wouldn't know. Rumour has it, it's a place for freaks and oddities.
You'd fit in well there.
Maybe. Thing is, gotta know how to get there.
They say you've got to get there through the sewers, but you've got to enter them outside of town. Few know where exactly, though.
Ask a beggar. Or spot yourself a thief. Follow him. Beggars and thieves got to pay tribute to the king of beggars. Word is, they do it in the grove.
Mean to say the local beggars have a king? Crown, scepter, and all that?
Wouldn't scoff, mate. King of beggars, it's a moniker. Yeah, for a man who everyone in Novigrad respects deeply.
And watch yourself. Menger himself don't even go to the grove.
Someone call for me. Wonder why.
It's Menger.
Temple Guard.
Thieving vermin to the confession chamber.
What, but sir, what's the offence? This is some sorceress bitchy shop.
Think that gives you the right to steal her property?
Well, sorcerers, mages of all types are outlaws.
But by law, the Temple Guard takes possession of their belongings, and the rule of law still holds in Novigrad. You know a bat can sniff out a moth a mile away.
Got nothing to do with their sense of smell. It's about their hearing.
Well, well. Man knows his bats. Here I thought you only cared about monsters. And as bats sense moths, so I sense freaks. And start by warning them. Novigrad's no place for your kind.
Heard Novigrad was no place for mages. Now you're telling me it's no place for witchers. So who's it a place for?
Righteous folk professing the one true faith in the eternal fire. Nothing I can do to you now, but just know that I know you're here. One misstep, one error, you'll make a mistake, it's inevitable. I'll be the first to learn of it, and when I do, it'll be standard procedure, like for every magic oddity who dares taint this city's air. Be seeing you.
Oh, deepest apologies, Governor.
Fetch some metal, you wretch. I've been robbed! Thief!
You call this living, Witcher?
Help a poor. Take pity on me, misery, good folk, and I.
Word is nothing's free in Novigrad.
Oh, another one come bursting with questions. Now, where do you folk gain the idea we big? I need to see this, and I need to find that one who robbed me brother.
There's this place in Novigrad they call the Putrid Grove.
Aye, it's about right. Well, Novigrad's full of nooks and crannies with odd names. Looking to sightsee, buy a bloody map.
Heard men like you frequent this alley.
And I've heard they fed you all shit and you smiled and ate it. Now, don't mean no offence. Go in peace. Arms for the poor.
So the worst scum flows. So buckwheat minute, they said. Here.
Got the courage to repeat that slander to my face?
Readily. You are a mutant, a freak, a useless relic of a bygone age that should be burned like a withered branch.
How many people's lives have you saved? From Bruxay, from Leshens?
That has no bearing.
Asked you a question. How many? There's something to think about, folks.
Preacher's fierce in the mouth, but all are at him and his tail slinks between his legs. Come on, people. You'll not find much to do.
Arms for the poor. They ought to never let you.
You call this living, Witcher?
The ladies find me handy.
Waste of breath.
Oh!
Bloody easy.
Think I don't know you as the holy terror you are? Sick. Sick of it all.
At first, I thought it was a jest, but then yesterday was a
Sailor's fortune.
Oh.
So what'd it take?
Fill it up.
So bad then.
Aid a veteran of the struggle.
Where do you fight?
Angry and early.
I'm looking for the Putrid Grove.
Don't know naught about no grove, putrid or other.
This is urgent.
Leave me be, I don't know.
Help a poor fellow out.
Don't touch me.
Sick. Sick of it all.
Washed your hair lately?
Sir, hey, still.
What's the rush?
No.
There must be order.
Age. What is your
Oh.
How about a threesome?
Ah.
Dear she.
Ah.
No bread, no coin.
What's he doing here?
Novigrad,
call this
capital of the
living,
world.
Witcher?
Yet they let such rabble in.
Calm down, mutants.
You.
How much for 94?
Watch his whirling! Watch out!
What? Lost your nerve?
Drop your weapon!
Shit.
Surround him! Will not manage! Cover your eyes! Drop your weapon! Get him from both sides! Get! They killed him!
What? Lost your nerve?
I like rain. Keeps the roads indoors.
So long. More cautious than I thought. Can't get too close.
The thinking customer will see right away I've got the best deals this side of the pond. Arms for the floor.
He sensed something. Gotta stay further back.
Sir, be merciful. Give us a crown, eh? Me mum's sick, and if I don't feed her, well, she's like to die of hunger.
Here.
Thank you, you gold-hearted man. Care to hear me tell a woe?
Some other time. I'm in a hurry.
The bonny blokes that trance by here.
A fine kettle of fish.
He sensed something. Gotta stay further back.
Which way you step? Odd though he is, girls can't seem to look away.
Ooh, just you wait.
More cautious than I thought. Can't get too close.
Mutant.
Open up.
Who are you and what do you want?
Take a look. What do you see?
Yellow eyes, pair of swords, mutated killer, methinks.
Heard this place was a meeting spot for oddities.
Heard right. Know the password, get him free. Don't know it, gotta contribute to the Grave's upkeep.
Don't know the password.
Pay up then.
Might be a problem there.
Then come back once you've solved it.
Youth these days.
Woodies. Some filth, mate.
Dum-de-dum-de-dum.
Five fucking chair.
You look fucking amazing.
Open up.
Oh,
Heard this place was a meeting spot.
heard right.
Don't know.
Pay up then.
Catch.
You may enter. Oh, right after you leave me your weapons. They'll be safe in me locker here.
Fine. Make sure you don't lose them.
No worries. Be waiting for you once you're done with the king.
What ails you?
See out one eye alone.
Nothing doing.
Mum, look what I found.
So, how are things?
Richard's had an itch.
About time we made something clear, sorceress.
Yes, high time.
Me and my men will manage just fine without the help of you or any other mages. But you, well, without our help, you're sitting ducks for the temple guard. Who do I spy?
Geralt?
Hey, Triss.
See you two know each other. See you two know each other well. I was curious whether you'd managed to find me, Witcher.
Am I mistaken, or you got something to take up with me?
Who knows? Man with two swords and the skill to use them could be very useful these days.
Could have sent some underling to fetch me.
Could have, but I admit I wanted to see how you'd manage. See if you're as crafty as you are well crafted. See, Witcher, I've got plans. big plans, far-reaching plans to reshape this city head to toe.
Ever thought of seeking a seat on the city council?
City Council is a puppet troupe with a hierarchy of the Church of the Eternal Fire as its puppeteer. Until recently, that is, when Radovid and his witch hunters took the reins. The semblance of power don't interest me.
A man with a vision.
One day, the so-called free city of Novigrad will be truly free. But before that can happen, we got to rid it of superstition, farting around about the hallowed essence of the eternal fire. Nonsense for kiddies.
Apparently not. Cheering crowd at the execution. Mostly adults.
Any crowd of rabble will cheer to the stench of burning flesh. But one day, folk will understand the eternal fire's naught but a leash around their necks. They call this place the Putrid Grove, but it's the rest of Novigrad that's putrefied. This here's the last bastion of normality, sanity, reason. I'm actually glad someone like you's found his way to our city, 'cause it will be our city one day, Geralt. Mark my words.
Yours, plural?
Yeah, mine. And me friends. But that's a tale for another time. For now, I'll leave you two alone. 'Cause I can see, well, you clearly need it.
Geralt, I have a lot of things to take care of in town.
I'll be glad to tag along. What's your arrangement? He using you?
Helping me to survive, actually.
6 months ago, if somebody said Triss Merigold would be working for a Novigrad criminal, I'd never have believed it.
6 months ago, Triss Merigold parted with someone very dear to her and had to start anew. Hasn't turned out like I imagined. Come on, let me give you a taste of my life.
Madam Sorceress. Beautiful as ever. Damn shame to part.
Don't fret. Bound to be back soon. Nice to hear a few kind words, but my friend needs his weapons.
Course, I got 'em. Said I'd have 'em and give 'em back. So I'm giving 'em back. Here's your junk.
Thanks.
You watch out for yourself, miss. Novigrad's not what it used to be. Not a city for you.
I take it you're in Novigrad on important business.
Important doesn't do it justice. I'm looking for someone.
More precisely?
Young woman who's like a daughter to me.
Her? Here? No, impossible.
She was here. There are witnesses, evidence. Was hoping you'd heard something. You've been here a while. I need you to help me find something, anything, a trace.
I'll do everything I can, of course. Who might know more?
Hey, handsome.
Oh!
Hello, Klug. Managed to get those magic incense ingredients?
Yes, somewhat with difficulties, you might say. I was walking along the canal with a sack full of goodies for you. Looked up and spied a trio of temple guards coming the other way.
Get to the point, Klug. No time today for one of your long stories.
Wait! A sack full of magicalities and they were coming straight towards me. I don't easily frighten, but I felt a cold sweat on my arse, I did. I'm afraid I had no choice. I dropped the sack in the water. I had to. When asked why, I claimed it contained a dead cat. You shan't believe this, but they believed me.
I need that package, Klug. I've got a contract.
It must be on the canal bed. Luckily, it was heavy enough to sink. I'm sure it'll turn up if you search.
You expect me to pay you, then dive for my goods into that ice-cold filth?
I can do that. Where'd you toss the package?
Near the crane. Second bridge in from the harbour.
I didn't expect such devotion.
Wanted to freshen up anyway. Let's go.
Stop. Hear that? They've come for us.
The fool didn't break until I began to prick his heels. Every man's got his sensitive spots. Interrogated a mage once. Pain couldn't touch him. Tore off his fingernails, crushed his bollocks, nothing. Turned out, he was devilishly ticklish. I placed a beetle on his belly and set a mug atop it. Damn near went mad.
We were lucky this time, but you'd best leave via the sewers. The trapdoor's in the floor.
Take care of yourself, Klug. There's a draft. Should be an exit. Klug wouldn't have sent it. Must be a lever on this wall that'll open the secret passage.
Free City of Novigrad. Name actually used to mean something.
The very reason so many mages came here after the massacre at Loch Muin. Thought they'd be safe from Radovid's reapers. Instead, they jumped out of the frying pan into the fire. But Novigrad stands on top of a mountain of coin. And winning a war takes three things. Coin, and even more coin. That's why they're exterminating mages, confiscating their property and possessions. And they'll go after... Judging by what Klug said, the parcel should be around here on the bottom.
As the Emperor's spies told it, Ciri had reached Novigrad. A lone attempt to find her in the North's largest city would certainly fail. But Geralt had friends he could count on. The Witcher decided to contact Triss Merigold.
There's a draft. Should be an exit. Luke wouldn't have sent us here if there wasn't. Must be a lever on this wall that'll open the secret passage.
Free City of Novigrad. The name actually used to mean something.
The very reason so many mages came here after the massacre at Loch Muin. Thought they'd be safe from Radovid's reapers. Instead, they jumped out of the frying pan into the fire. But Novigrad stands on top of a mountain of coin. And winning a war takes three things. Coin, coin, and even more coin. That's why they're exterminating mages, confiscating their property and possessions. And they'll go after non-humans next. The elves occupy slums, but the dwarves practically control financial life in the city.
Official word is that Novigrad will remain neutral. Somehow doubt anyone believes that anymore.
Judging by what Klug said, the parcel should be around here on the bottom. Unless the poor man was mistaken. He's been forgetful ever since Manga interrogated him. Seems to be suffering from a persecution complex, too.
Current must have carried the sack seaward. I'll swim towards the port. Coming with?
Maybe some other time.
Don't know what you're missing. Water's thick with pungent oils. Guessing it'll do wonders for my complexion.
Find the parcel? Or did you get wet for no reason?
Nothing like a refreshing swim in a filthy canal. Found a few fish, a rusty anchor, the carcass of a boat. Oh, and this.
Oh, my package. Hope the contents aren't soaked through. Oh, you're a doll.
Seem to be in your element.
Still remember my elements? How I use them?
Come on, 6 months isn't that long. It's not like I'm senile.
But you do have a history of amnesia.
I've recovered my memory completely.
Good. That should stop people from taking advantage of you.
Someone's been taking advantage of me.
I have, for one.
I've never even intimated.
We need to hurry.
It looks that way.
Greetings, sorceress.
Greetings, Brandon.
I didn't expect you to bring company.
Is that a problem?
By the eternal fire, no. I'm surprised, that's all. Together, I expect to resolve things twice as fast. You've the look of true experts. But I'd prefer you not to tarry and begin.
Triss, you and Brandon here. You've agreed a price?
We settled on a full coin purse.
Brandon & Co. is a serious outfit. We've the largest granary in all Novigrad.
You're a merchant, familiar with how commerce works?
Of course. Honest pay for honest work.
Half up front, half once the job's done.
You're asking a great deal.
I'm a witcher. Gotta admit, I've met my share of people who say one thing beforehand, another after the fact.
Very well. Your first installment.
We need to place these crystals around the granary, near anything that looks rat-related. I'll cover half the space, you take the other half. Look for evidence of rat activity.
Thing is, I know what evidence of manticore activity looks like, but rodents?
Geralt, we'd both rather be somewhere else. I'd rather be sitting in a royal council meeting, but they killed my king. Look for crevices, and draw things.
Once we place this incense, what then?
I'll cast a spell and the rats will leave.
Can't do that without sprinkling incense? Don't really feel up to looking for rat shit.
Stop whining.
Looks like a good spot. I don't like that guy.
Brandon? I don't either. He's much too fat.
Can't help but agree. But no, notice how he didn't try to haggle? Triss, he's a merchant. He makes his living by haggling.
If I worried about that sort of thing, I'd starve to death in this city.
Think I plugged every hole in there.
Get ready for some magic fireworks. Once I activate the incense, we'll have a moment to talk. Well, now we wait for them to scurry away.
Interesting method. Never had much luck with rats. Once I hit one with a fork in complete darkness, trying to show off my witcher's senses. Masterful throw, really. Problem was, no one else saw it. How could they in the dark?
So, what do you think? Rat catcher? It's a long way to fall from being advisor to Temeria's king.
I'm just glad to see you safe and sound, and...
Reconciled?
Knew a man once who reacted to everything, especially adversity, by mocking it.
Healthy attitude. Must have lived long.
Came a day he lost both his legs in battle. He shrugged, said it was better that way. He'd never feel pain in them again.
I understand him perfectly.
I know. Thing is, he was lying to himself.
I think he just didn't have much of a choice.
We all lie sometimes, but lying to yourself is running away, whereas there's really nowhere to run.
Sometimes you have to escape just to forget. Your friend might have dwelled on his lost legs, but it's not like by grieving he could have grown another pair. So, tell me how Yen's doing?
How do you know I found her?
You didn't answer my question. How's Yen?
Don't know yet. Asking about anything specific?
Never mind. I got my answer.
As the Emperor's spies told it, Ciri had reached Novigrad. A lone attempt to find her in the North's largest city would certainly fail. But Geralt had friends he could count on. The Witcher decided to contact Triss Merigold.
Now we wait for them to scurry away.
Interesting method. Once I met... I'm just glad to see...
Right.
Knew a man once who
Healthy attitude.
came at...
I understand him.
I know.
I think he just did.
We all lie.
Sometime. So, tell me how Yen's doing?
How do you know I found her?
You didn't answer my question. How's Yen?
She's fine.
That's good.
Asking about anything specific?
Never mind. I got my answer.
Well, well. Are lovebirds having themselves a little chat instead of working?
The job's done. Geralt, those are...
I know who they are, Triss.
My friends begged me to notify them if I encountered a mage, sorceress, what have you. Didn't have the heart to refuse.
It's a trap, Geralt.
This stank from the start. Let's agree your friends were never here. Now pay the rest and let's part in peace.
You don't set the terms, mutant.
Stay out of it. We're here for the witch.
We're inseparable, see? Afraid you'll have to take us both.
Geralt!
If you say so.
All right, we've talked. Do what you gotta. Just remember, I can't help but get in your way.
Heard enough from this horse, son.
As have I. Neither is to leave here alive.
Shit yourself up here. Get it from both sides!
Killed him! Come on, come closer.
That bastard hired me on the assumption he wouldn't have to pay me. Duped and trapped my child. If not for you, we need to find Brandon.
Don't kill me. Good sir, no. They forced me. Had I not told them, they'd have set fire to my home, my warehouse. The mage hunters know no mercy. Spare me, good man. Be not like those murderers.
Shut up. I should kill you. Thing is, you'd be no good to anyone but the gulls as a corpse. So you'll live and pay us double. Now.
Fine. Your coin.
Now, get.
Thanks, Geralt.
You should try to keep better company.
He was still better than some mages. You know, I've been thinking who might know something about Ciri. And I just got an idea. There's an Oneiromancer in town, Corrine Tilly. Very capable, supposedly.
Never trusted in Dreamer's abilities myself.
Corrine's been very effective. You should at least try. She's taken a job close by. Follow the canal, away from the fish market. The house is near the first bridge. Its owner, De Jonkir, is a rich banker.
Not coming with me?
I've got some things to take care of.
Another rat-infested warehouse?
Not exactly. Nothing even remotely satisfying. Such are the times.
It was nice to see you again.
You too, Geralt. You should go now, before Corrine goes back into hiding somewhere.
What if I want to find you?
I live in the Bits, near the fish market. Stop by. It'd be nice.
All right. See you later.
It's an protect.
Looking to make some coin too.
Just how far south does this fabric come from?
The latest cuts and colours.
Didn't answer the question.
Is my coin would go to hell with those imperial scoundrels.
good folk, come quickly. I haven't enough for everyone.
I'd not buy that for half the price.
Why'd they descend on him? He was selling love talismans.
I even heard about that.
The folk in this city, racial hygiene's as poor as their personal hygiene.
He's face to a pole. Threw him in a cell for 3 nights. All for a handful of ambulance.
I'd buy tomorrow what you can buy today.
Ah!
Looking to make some coin turn, eh?
The thinking customer will see
That
right
witch
away
heard
the
you
best
spoken
deals
night.
this side of the pond.
He's such a drunk. Why don't you leave him?
What now?
Pick and choose while I've the inclination. Once I close this shambles down,
Non-human,
you won't see
are
me
you?
next week.
Buzz off. Wares are impressive. The storekeeper's a bastard. Why'd they descend on him? He was selling love talismans.
I even heard about that.
Non-human, are you? Look for your kind beyond the walls.
You think they'll do it?
What now?
Come on, good folk, come quickly. I haven't enough for everyone.
Half the price and I might buy something.
We impudence. You heard? Some kobolds, some godless dwarves open a brothel. Uses she-ogres as courtesans.
Ah!
Pick and choose while I've the inclination. Once I close this
Heard he's a
shambles
vigilante.
down, you won't see
Only
me till
kills
next week.
bastards and whoresuns who hurt folk. Don't know what to believe anymore.
Go on.
The thinking customer will see right away I've got the best deals
Ah.
this side of the pond.
What's got into him acting so high and mighty? Must be dealing with this tech.
I even heard about that.
Huh?
what he wants. What now?
Pick and choose while I've the inclination. Once I close this shambles down, you
Racial
won't see me till
hygiene's
next week.
poor as their personal hygiene.
So tight-fisted.
No. Oh, fuck, don't rightly know.
You think they'll do it?
Eternal fire.
Will you get those shankers cut to barbers?
Nah.
Ah!
What was it happened to faulty sticking?
Oh,
fab.
Scandalous! Letting such miscreants in.
You see what I do? The folk in this city, racial hygiene's as poor as their personal hygiene.
Everyone knows you to wear a quiver on your back, not swords. Amateur.
Non-human, are you? Look for your kind beyond the walls.
Oh.
A fine kettle of fish.
He sensed something. Gotta stay further back.
Well, you're sitting duck.
That's it, Roach. Take it easy.
away.
Ah. Ah!
Save me.
Must be Honorton, village from the notice. Except it's awful quiet. Necrophages, great.
Got eight?
Where'd you come from? Welcome to our shitter.
Greetings.
Yeah?
Heard you have a problem. A monster you call a shrieker.
Aye. Prowls about, it does. Snatches cows and goats mostly, but it won't scorn a man if it runs into one. Borzoi, huntsman under the old lord, well, he said enough's enough. Claimed he'd put a stop to it, drive the beast away. Took a hatchet. Laid an ambush for the shrieker beyond the moat, where the fields start. It's where we found him. Guts stretched o'er the crown of a tree like gossamer. Took half a day to collect the parts. Put him in a grave.
High time a professional took a look at this shrieker. Anyone around here know more about the beast?
Borzoi's son Simcoe does. Saw the aura with his own eyes.
I see. Well, I've...
At me homestead. I took the...
You're lifeless. Move it.
Dum-dum-dum-dum.
Tracks are irregular here. Monster must have started staggering. Was wounded, most likely. Muzzle's caked in blood. Didn't give up without a fight. Blood. Monster blood. Tracks lead to the cave. Sounds coming from above. to leave. Bomb should smoke it out, though. It's not here. Must have fled through another exit. Gotta nab it before it gets away. There it is. Won't get away this time. Ugly bastard. Hid in the cave, not about to leave. Bomb should smoke it out, though.
everything in terms of crafting and all that kind of stuff in this game. Selling items won't make you heaps of money, but it does add up over time, so make sure you are picking up everything from enemies and just like selling them. When you do sell things to different vendors, if you sell them to vendors that are specific to that item, you will get a little bit more. Say for example, blacksmiths will pay more for swords, armorers pay more for armor, innkeepers for food, general merchants will pay more for junk, that kind of stuff. Smugglers' caches and guarded treasures are also great to find those kind of items. And different things that you can sell to make currencies. And there are multiple currencies in The Witcher 3. So for the most part, you only use crowns. Crowns is the currency that you use. However, you'll pick up orens and florins just from different items and things in the world. And if you go to Vivaldi's Bank in Novigrad, you can actually exchange the orens and florins just for the straight crowns, so you can actually use them. You probably won't even realize how many orens and florins you are carrying if you just go there and then hit the button. You probably won't even realize you can actually from different items and things in the world. And if you go to Vivaldi's Bank in Novigrad, you can actually exchange the orens and florins just for the straight crowns, so you can actually use them. You probably won't even realize how many orens and florins you are carrying if you just go there and then hit the button. You'll just get like a ton of crowns that you can use in other ways. Crafting is a big part of Geralt's journey, and the best gear in the game is the Witcher gear, which you can only get from crafting itself, and it's absolutely critical to do, especially on the higher difficulties. Now, for the crafting menu itself, you can only craft at like blacksmiths and armorers. They will only allow you to craft like a blacksmith for like swords and weapons, that kind of stuff, and armor for armor, that sort of things. When you are crafting and you're looking in the items and the actual resource cost involved, they will cost resource as well as gold. For resources, before you actually just buy them off the vendor, you may as well look into the dismantling menu, as a lot of that junk that you've been picking up, you can typically dismantle it into crafting components. can then use in these crafting different menus. And if you do use some of these items or even dismantle them into different crafting components, you might be able to actually just craft the item that you do need, like a plate or, you know, some kind of iron ingot, rather than actually just buying that to save yourself those extra coins. But you really should be doing this and actually crafting gear, as it's definitely the best gear you can get, especially the Witcher gear, which eventually you'll get those treasure hunts to be able to go and find them out in the world. They are absolutely well worth doing. Alchemy is another thing that is really critical to Geralt's journey and absolutely well worth doing. It allows you to create oils for your weapons, which just give you like straight damage increases if you use the oils onto the right enemies, as well as bombs, which can be thrown at enemies for specific effects, and potions, which can be used to improve your combat, which can be thrown straight damage increases if you use the oils onto the right enemies, as well as bombs, which can be thrown at enemies for specific effects, and potions, which can be used to improve your combat abilities as Geralt. Now, the important thing here firstly is the bestiary. So when you're looking for monsters, you want to find out what they're actually vulnerable against, and this can be signs or potions or oils, what have you. You want to make sure that you're applying these specific potions or oils to your weapons based on the beast that you're actually trying to fight, so that you can get those stat increases as well. And in a lot of cases, in the same way as crafting, you're going to need to make those oils or bombs or potions or whatever it is in the alchemy menu. You don't need a vendor in order to do this. You can do this as long as you're not in combat. You can create oils and what have you, but you will need to make sure that you do have those requirements for the items that you do need. And for the most part, they just come from the different flowers and things that you find throughout in the world, as well as different herbalists, which are a great way to get some of these alchemical different items and crafting components, which you will find throughout the world. So familiarize yourself with the bestiary so you know what oil you need to put onto your weapon, so you can just get that damage increase straight up, and then use the potions or the signs that are specific to that encounter so you can get those extra bonuses as well. Speaking of those signs, let's just cover them quickly so we know what each one does. Ard is like a force push sign that can be used to break things in the world to allow you to access like secret areas or just like push enemies over. Axii is used to stun enemies, as well as if you get the upgrades, you can make enemies fight for your side. Used to stun enemies, as well as if you get the upgrades, you can make enemies fight for your side. And it's also used in conversations. In some scenarios, you could use Axii to get things to happen specifically for you. It's well worth upgrading for that reason as well. Yrden is a slow trap on the ground in like the area around you. It is absolutely perfect to be used against wraiths and certain enemies that'll slow enemies inside that kind of area, so you can actually attack them much better. Well worth familiarizing yourself with that for those types of enemies. Igni is the fire sign, which will allow you to cast like fire around you, or as you get the upgraded, you can basically just flamethrower from your hand. And Quen, which is my favorite, and the defensive sign, which everyone should be using, and especially on the high difficulties. Initially, just the normal cast of this will allow you to have like a protective barrier around yourself, but eventually you can upgrade this so that the barrier will heal you and do other things as well. Quen is a fantastic skill to use, and it's also worth pointing out that if you want to set Quen on yourself, you can do that before starting a combat encounter, so you've got that effect active as if it's like a free sign cast, as signs don't really cost anything outside of combat. Your stamina will like immediately regen, and then once you're in combat, you can then like cast something else, or even just recast Quen once it does get removed from the enemy, so you can cast things for free in that way. So let's start with the cool thing, or the most cool thing, I guess, which is how to start that Netflix DLC quest so that you can get that sick armor and weapons. So they have added a new side quest called the Eternal Fire Shadow in Velen, and this is how you get the Silver Sword and the Steel Sword and just the general armor set from the Netflix series. So in order to do this in Velen, just near the Devil's Pit, kind of like close to the Hangman Tree as well, if you travel there, there'll be a priest here who will start this quest. I won't really show you the quest itself. It's relatively long-ish, and it's actually quite interesting and well worth doing, so we'll avoid spoilers here. I won't really show any of it, but at the end of it, you will get the diagrams for the initial armor set in order to craft, which will be at level 20, and you'll get another quest, which is a scavenger hunt to go back to Kaer Morhen so that you can get like the master crafted and the grandmaster versions of the armor set, which you can craft, which will be like the other versions of the Netflix armor, but the swords will basically remain looking the same. So then you need to go to an armorer in order to craft this gear, and you can just really go to any like journeyman, blacksmith, and armorer in order to make the gear. You just need to have the right components in order to make it, and then once you've crafted it, it just as you normally would any of like your Witcher gear or other gear, you'll be able to wear this this cool armor. They also did add the photo mode as well, which you can take some nice photos of the new armor and other things as well. CD Projekt Red also added 2 new alternative appearances, one for Dandelion inspired by the Netflix Witcher series and one for the Nilfgaardian armor set as well, but it's the set from the first season, the one that kind of looks like a ball sack that everyone memes on. So you can choose to either have this on for the memes or just stick with the Nilfgaard armor from the original game. There is also the new camera perspective, which you would have noticed from this footage in the game itself. Now, in the options menu under gameplay, you can change here whether you want this new camera for exploration, combat, and horseback riding separately. So say for one specific mode you wanted to have the original camera, you can change it here, but for the most part, like, I'm going to be playing the new game on the new camera just to give it a bit of a fresh experience and try something different. It is a little bit hard when you do get surrounded, though. I have found that in combat you will get hit from behind. I'm going to give you roughly 3 skills in each category that are arguably the best for like any kind of general build that'll fit within anything. So you can have one of the mutations and then each section of the skill for like those bonuses that you get when you match the mutation color with the skill tree. But if you're looking for some sort of min-max, like really highly specialized build, then you probably would want to double up and say focus on 2 of the trees, say whether it be combat and sign and make some sort of like spell sword build, or go like all in into alchemy and combat, something like that. But we're really focusing just on like the generally the best skills across the board for each of the categories. So you could just put this into like one build and it would still function, but you know, if you were making a specific build, you'd want to like specialize a little bit more. We'll start with the combat tree itself. Now, the combat tree is all about combat and using your sword skills as well as some parrying and dodging, that kind of stuff. Now, the first decision you want to make in this tree is whether you are going to focus on light attacks or heavy attacks, and pick the corresponding skill for muscle memory for light and strength training for heavy. This skill will increase the damage of your light or heavy attack respectively by a certain percentage depending on how many points you put into this. But regardless of your build, if you're using these attacks regularly, you're going to want to pick one of these. You really only want to invest in one of these because there is certain armor as well as other skills that will buff either your fast attacks or your heavy attacks. So you want to lean into one of those 2 different lines and then use those skills for that reason. Arrow deflection is also a very useful skill that you can definitely use in the early stages of the game. When you parry, you then block arrows that are coming towards you. Bandits are terrible at doing this. You can replace this much later down the line with like a protection from the Rune Right guy, so you don't even have to do anything with it. You'll just automatically deflect arrows, but well worth getting in the early stages. And then back onto that heavy or light kind of scenario, you either want to pick Whirl or Rend. Whirl is a amazing skill linked to fast attacks where Geralt will just spin his sword around constantly and deal tons of damage to everyone that's around. Skill linked to fast kind of scenario, you either want to pick Whirl or Rend. Whirl is a amazing skill linked to fast attacks where Geralt will just spin his sword around constantly and deal tons of damage to everyone that's around him. It does consume stamina while this is active. And then Rend is, I guess, kind of like the heavy version of this where Geralt will like lift the sword up. It's a very slow attack and then he'll like drop it down. It will deal tons of damage and ignore additional defense from the enemy. It's a great skill as well. But again, it depends whether you're leaning into heavy and light, and we'll talk about a little bit more of that when we get into some of the general skills and focusing on how to do that. The sign tree is next, and this is all about those magical signs that you can cast with Geralt. There is a couple here that we're going to call out. We're going to start with the Igni skill Melt Armor, which for Igni, which is a fire spell, this will allow you to weaken the enemy's armor up to 75% when you do max it out. Any chance you can get to lower the enemy's armor will just increase your damage overall, and Igni is such a powerful spell just on its own, so buffing this in any particular way is a good thing to do because it's so useful in so many scenarios. And basically along those same lines, Exploding Shield is a skill related to Quen. Quen is your protective shield, and it's essentially like the best sign in the game. And even if you're not buffing it with any like specific skills, you're probably going to use Quen to some regard. Exploding Shield is just like the great like first option for this, and then once you can get access to it, Active Shield will give you like an active version of it where you like hold the button down, and anytime enemies hit it, it will actually give you vitality as well. It is a fantastic skill to just get health back in combat if you're struggling, especially on higher difficulties. You just need a little bit of that barrier around yourself, get some vitality back and keep rolling. Delusion is a skill that can be used in combat to make it harder for enemies to reach Geralt and like stun them, that sort of thing. But the main purpose of Delusion is actually out of combat, because you'll get certain unique dialogue options and in conversations where you can use Axii, and in some of these scenarios you need to have Delusion equipped and to either like level 1 or level 2 depending on what that kind of like charm, I guess, like skill is. So it's important to put this on for most builds. If you're looking to be some kind of sweet talking Geralt, you will want to put this on. The alchemy line is next, and the alchemy line focuses on a couple of things. Alchemy is your bombs, so the bombs that you throw at enemies. It's also your oils that you apply to your weapons, as well as the potions that you consume. So there's a lot of different things in alchemy, and you would kind of need to think about, you know, what you find the most value out of. You know, do you use bombs a lot? Then if you don't, there's not much point in, you know, buffing your bomb damage. Same for, you know, oils, which you absolutely should be using though, and same for potions, that sort of thing. The couple skills that we'll call out here is Poison Blades is a really valuable skill which will add a percentage chance to poison enemies when you have an oil applied to your weapon. And in a lot of those tougher fights, well, basically all the tougher fights, you will have an oil applied to your weapon because they're typically, you know, those boss encounters with monsters, that sort of thing, and you're going to put that oil on your weapon, so you get that poison chance by putting that on. In that same line, further down in that line, Protective Coating will then lower the amount of damage you take from enemies that have that oil type, if that makes sense. So say if you've got the Spectre oil applied and you're fighting a Spectre, that Spectre will do less damage to you because that oil is active on your blade, if that makes sense. They just like a really good synergized spells that work together. Frenzy is also an absolutely hella useful skill for like literally any build. So what happens with Frenzy is when an enemy is about to like counterattack or attack you, time will slow down briefly to give you time to either like parry or dodge, that sort of stuff. Really useful build to avoid damage in a lot of scenarios, especially on like say higher difficulties where, you know, taking damage is really a bad thing because it will deal so much damage to you. Synergy forces you to spend a lot of points into alchemy just in order to get it, but it is worth doing as it does increase the effectiveness of mutations in those active slots. So we talked a little bit earlier about how when you apply a skill to like a certain section and match it with a mutagen, it'll increase the effectiveness of that mutagen, say like increase the attack power that it's giving you. This synergy skill will essentially do that, but it will increase the bonuses that you get for all of these different sections. So regardless of your build, if you're using any kind of alchemy skills, this is a really good skill to have because it just gives you more passive bonuses. That could be vitality or attack power or sign intensity, whatever you've put into those mutation slots. This will just make them increasingly more effective. The general skill tree is next. Now, don't sleep on the general skill tree like at all. We're going to go through a couple extras here because there are so many valuable skills in the general skill line that just do a lot of interesting things that I guess, you know, for the same regard, they're called general because they don't fit within the other categories, but they are absolutely well worth using, and they're kind of so powerful because they don't synergize with any of those mutations. We'll start with some health regen, and health regen is super important, especially on Death March because you can't heal just from meditating. Sun and Stars will greatly increase your health regen during the day, and at night it'll increase your stamina regen. So essentially you get a passive bonus just for having this equipped. Now the health regen isn't heaps, like it's, you know, it's nothing to sneeze at. Any health regen is good, especially on Death March, but it just gives you that little bit extra outside of combat so you don't have to waste any kind of food. And speaking of that food, Gourmet is like one of my favorite skills in the game. Food and drink regen will go from 10 seconds to 20 minutes. 20 minutes is a long time, and you can just then pop one food and then never have to think about it for the next, you know, 20 minutes. And plus you combo that with Sun and Stars and Gourmet, you get that little bit extra health regen as well. Great for inside and outside of combat. Survival Instinct is also pretty good, especially on the higher difficulties. Just give yourself some extra health. Can't really complain there. School techniques, whether it be light, medium, or heavy, whichever one you're focusing on here, you want to pick one of these, whether you're wearing the light armor, the medium armor, or the heavy armor. And this coincides as well whether you're using the fast attacks or the heavy attacks, because the light armor fits better with the light attacks and the heavy armor fits better with the heavy attacks because those armor sets typically buff your light or your heavy attacks, right? So depending on what armor you're wearing, you will want to pick up this school technique. It'll give you bonuses depending on that armor type as well, which just like synergizes with whatever build you're picking up. And so picking up that school technique is really important. Rage management is also super invaluable for sign builds. So if you don't have enough stamina to cast signs, you'll use adrenaline points instead, so you can get more signs out more quickly in combat rather than waiting for that stamina to regen. And in that same vein, adrenaline burst can further buff this because it'll increase your adrenaline point gain, so you'll have more adrenaline points to then cast more signs, and then you're not waiting for that stamina regen all of the time, which is the main crux of like signs, and that's how they're balanced, is having to wait for stamina. So if you can avoid doing that using adrenaline points like this, it's absolutely valuable. There is also the mutations which you can unlock to get those extra skill points that you'll see. Like in my endgame build, there's a couple of extra skill slots there compared to early game stuff, but these are essentially just like extremely powerful skills that whichever one you have active will make those middle skill slots that type, right? So if you've got like a combat one active, you have to put combat skills in them, that sort of thing. So first thing I'll tell you is that the Potion of Clearance is super important for the end game and making builds in general. This potion will allow you to reset all of your skill points so you can try different builds and, you know, min-max skills a different way. Say if you wasted some skills in the line. I'm going to give you roughly 3 skills in each category that are arguably the best for like any kind of general build that'll fit within anything. So you can have one of the mutations and then each section of the skill for like those bonuses that you get when you match the mutation color with the skill tree. But if you're looking for some sort of min-max, like really highly specialized build, then you probably would want to double up and say focus on 2 of the trees, say whether it be combat and sign and make some sort of like spell sword build, or go like all in into alchemy and combat, something like that. But we're really focusing just on like the generally the best skills. Making us is all about combat, and you first is that was easy. That worked out great. It's a well worth using skill that I find that I didn't really tinker with before because I didn't think about the percentage chance being worthwhile, but in a combat solely focused build, it is actually definitely worthwhile. And next we have Rend. Now Rend is an interesting skill that I did discuss in my last video, but personally I don't like heavy attacks, but I was sleeping on Rend a little bit, I'll be completely honest. So Rend deals additional damage to the proportion of stamina that you consume, but it ignores all enemy defense and gives you basically a guaranteed critical hit and a huge amount of damage based on your adrenaline points. If you've got max adrenaline points, it'll increase your overall damage of Rend. The benefits here though is that you can buff this with the rune that allows you to increase the range of Rend. So in some encounters you can essentially like Rend and then like zip to the target and just like instantly kill them and do a huge amount of damage with this ability. It's probably one of the highest damage ability when you consume all of your stamina in that hit. So it's well worth doing, especially in some sort of a slow paced heavy attack build that is very uncommon, I think, in The Witcher 3. Most people, including myself, are more focused on the fast attack builds or using whirl, that sort of thing. Rend gets slept on a lot, but it is a very worthwhile skill. Next, we will talk about the Flood of Anger. This is another skill that I personally slept on and hadn't really used until the next gen update. So when casting a sign, if you have 3 adrenaline points available, you will consume all those adrenaline points and cast the sign at its highest level, unlocking all of the bonuses and increase sign intensity by 300%. So essentially what this means is, say if you have all of your adrenaline points, you could cast any sign, including their alternate sign cast, say for example with Yrden, like the magic trap on the ground, like the little turrety thing, plus it gets the sign intensity bonuses from this as well. This is a massive bonus when it comes to a combat build and trying to incorporate some sort of sign usage into it. You can really do this by investing completely into the combat line, but then also get huge amount of value just from having this and buffing your adrenaline point gain so that you can use this very regularly. It's a really good complement to a combat focused build to give you a lot more flexibility in terms of your sign usage and allowing you to do different things other than swing that big sword around. Moving on to the sign tree. Firstly, let's talk about Yrden. Don't sleep on Yrden. I myself am one that definitely slept on Yrden until the next gen update. I was like, I don't really care about enemies, like if they're slowed, why does that matter to me? However, the Forgotten Wolf set and also tinkering more with the Griffin set definitely taught me that Yrden is actually very powerful, especially Magic Trap. So when you place Magic Trap on the ground, it damages and slows enemies within a X amount of radius, and it destroys all projectiles that pass through this area. So you can put this down and avoid getting hit with arrows, which is actually really huge because arrows are hugely frustrating in the game. Now when you buff Yrden even further, in the last line you go supercharged glyphs, so when enemies are affected by Yrden they actually lose vitality per second. So you could do something with like say bleed here as well, so they lose vitality with the Yrden trap and then something lose with bleed, or even say Igni for example. If you're looking at a sign build, you've then got the burning tick, so you've got the Yrden tick, the burning tick, the bleeding tick, so you can really just use all these damage over time effects and eliminate enemies. But it also combines really well with the Forgotten Wolf set, which I've seen a lot of people talk about, and I myself have actually made one of these piercing cold builds with Ard and the Forgotten Wolf set. And Ard is really the other one. With the Forgotten Wolf set and some of the changes and rebalancing with the next gen updates, Ard is actually much more powerful than it originally was before the next gen updates. So you've obviously had piercing cold, which is the mutation that benefits from using Ard. It will freeze most of the enemies that you do hit, but if it doesn't freeze the enemy, it'll just do additional damage, which is a great mutation to have with piercing cold. But Ard itself, in terms of like adding shockwave, just gives you a flat damage increase to Ard, as well as Ard sweep, allowing you to do it in a circle radius around you. Just generally huge amounts of damage when you combine that with piercing cold, plus then with the Forgotten Wolf set, which then gives buffs to your Ard damage for enemies that are affected by Yrden. So you combine these two things into making a unique take on a sign build. It doesn't involve the Griffin set, because most sign builds have to involve the Griffin set because of the bonuses you get from that. So the Forgotten Wolf set giving you some alternatives and playing with Ard in a much more different way, I've kind of enjoyed doing and tinkering with. I actually have put like this entire build together, so if you guys want me to do like a full piercing Freezing Cold video, let me know in the comments down below. Moving on to alchemy, everyone's favorite Euphoria tree. Not a huge amount of interesting things happening in this line. One thing I will call out is Fixative, which was changed in the next gen update, so that not only do blade oils not wear off, you can now equip 3 at a time. So this will allow you to have multiple, say, oils on the one blade. This is more of a quality of life thing personally, and I think it's well worth putting in builds if you're in New Game Plus, to just have the available ability points so you don't have to apply oils very often, because you can just put the main ones, like say, you know, necrophage, that sort of stuff, just have the main ones on your weapon all of the time. Never really have to worry about it. That having 3 equipped at a time was originally on the Wolven armor, and it's been moved now to this skill. Synergy, we've discussed in all of my videos, but worth calling out that you should put that in any build that it can actually fit into to increase your mutagen bonuses by 50%. And next is a bit of a two-parter that I think gets not included a lot in different builds, but worth calling out. So we've got a combination of Killing Spree and Hunter's Instinct. So Killing Spree, if your toxicity is above 0, each opponent killed increases critical hit chance by 30%, and Hunter's Instinct, so when adrenaline points are at maximum, crit hit damage against the target is increased by X amount. So this will essentially give you a 100% chance to critical hit, or as close to that as possible if you are above toxicity and you're buffing your critical hit chance in other ways. Plus then Hunter's Instinct, when your adrenaline points are at maximum, that damage percentage increase is actually huge and well worth investing into. So you can make a crit hit build out of these 2 skills, and even combining that with Euphoria or something, which I know people like to do. The next is a two-parter, and it goes into the general section as well. So we're going to talk about this together, and it's just generally about bombs and how they have changed with the next gen update. So the skill in the alchemy tree, cluster bombs. Upon detonation, bombs separate into explosive fragments, with X amount of fragments being what it explodes into. And this just makes like a single bomb, multiple bombs, and it does more bomb effects. But in the general line, which we'll zip over to here, you've got the different bomb skills like heavy artillery, which has been significantly buffed. So bomb damage is now tripled, but the number of bombs in each slot is decreased by half. Originally, before the next gen update, bomb damage was only doubled. So this has actually tripled it and given you an extra 100% amount of damage. And just because of the way that bombs work and some of the rebalancing, they're significantly more powerful. Combine this with something like In Combat's Fire, so you ignore bomb effects and special bolt effects. You can just stand in the middle of your bombs and just throw them down on the ground and just wreak absolute havoc. So you can make a bomb focused build very easily with the next gen update. We'll firstly talk about how to unlock these mutations. Really, it's super simple. All you have to do is start the Blood and Wine expansion. Really, like once you get to Blood and Wine, there's a few like initial kind of quests you're gonna go through before the game opens up in that DLC, and it's very hard to miss. You'll complete a quest called Blood Run, and then you basically just like walk outside and a little kid will come up and talk to you. They'll give you a letter which will unlock the quest, Turn and Face the Strange. And once you do this quest, you'll then unlock these extra skill points as well as the mutations tab for you then to invest in. That's really all you have to do, is just do that quest, and then you'll get that. It happens very early on, and even when you firstly travel to Toussaint, it even tells you about like paying attention to when that kid pops up, because you unlock them from there. But enough of that, let's get into the ranking. I'm ranking these from worst to best, and it is based on my own testing and also my own opinion for some of these, like depending on what I think is better than that, you know, if they're very similar in that regard. So you might have a different opinion. Let me know that in the comments down below. We're going to start off with the worst on this list, number 12, Toxic Blood. Each time you are injured in melee combat, the attacking opponent receives damage in the amount of % of damage dealt for every point of your toxicity level. So what this means is when you have a higher toxicity, when you take damage, a percentage of that damage will be dealt back to the target that hit you. Now, the interesting thing about this is that it's almost just outclassed by a rune itself, Retribution, that you get from the Rune Rite, which gives a 30% chance of returning a portion of the damage received to the attacker. And you've got to invest so much just to even get Toxic Blood, and it doesn't give you that much damage dealt back to the target. I even tried to combine this with the Rune and make some sort of a build where you would want to take damage in some regard, some alchemy things and high vitality, but it just doesn't really work, to be honest. There's so much better options. Plus, like, because it's only alchemy that you get for those extra 4 skill slots in the middle, by using Toxic Blood, you may as well then go into one of the other mutations, which is like so much better in every single regard. So it doesn't have a whole lot going for it. Moving on to number 11, and that is Cat Eyes. Crossbow damage is now increased by X to X. The values depend on the crossbow used, and the crossbow critical hit chance is increased by 50%. Crossbow bolts pierce and knock down and stun enemies, as well as if the target is at full health, they will lose 15% vitality. This mutation will allow you to put alchemy and combat skills into those 4 extra skill slots. Now, I did make a build specifically for this, which is my crossbow build, and figuring out whether you can make this work. And you kind of can, and go watch that video if you want a full breakdown of it, so I won't really rehash any of that information here, but it does kind of work. It's just not really the best option, especially if you want to use something else in some sort of a different route, and you wouldn't really be using this unless you're only using crossbows in combat. Like, that's your only focus. But there is some benefits to that, and it does kind of work, but it's not really what I would personally focus on. Moving on to number 10, and that is the mutated skin. Each adrenaline point decreases damage received by 15% to a maximum of 45%. This is an alchemy and combat mutation, so you can put those in the 4 extra slots. I'm kind of interested in this one. I like it, but I don't like it at the same regard. There are better options, but you can make an alchemical and combat build with this by putting them into those slots with the bear set, giving you good resistances. The bear set already has really solid resistances anyway, so I don't necessarily know if you need these extra bonuses. You could then invest those points into something else, but it does make you pretty unkillable to that regard, so there is benefits to it, but it's not the best option on this list. You're probably better focusing on something else, like number 9, and that is Deadly Counter. Deadly Counter, so sword attacks deal 25% more damage to human opponents immune to counterattacks and monsters, and if the attacker's vitality is less than 25%, a counterattack immediately triggers a finisher. This is a combat mutation that is better than it does sound. As kind of like reading at a glance, you're like, oh, counterattacks, I don't really use counterattacks, moving on. But that extra 25% damage is pretty valuable, and it does say humans and monsters, so it does actually do it to both, although it's worded in a kind of funny way, which I think makes it a little confusing as well. But 25% damage is nothing to sneeze at, really. It just doesn't scale super well, I guess, depending on what you're doing, but it's not too bad. Now, the interesting thing about this, and when you do have like enemies below that 25% health, there will be like a little marker, like a little cross next to their health bar, which indicates that if you like counterattack them, it will instantly kill them. So you can kind of know how to kill things in that regard, and it's kind of valuable, but not, because mostly you can only counterattack human enemies, so you're not really going to be doing it too much. So I don't know. I don't mind this, but it is only combat focused, so you really would only be using it in like a really specific, like combat only build, something like with the feline set or even like the bear set, something like that. There's value to it, but it's not the best combat focused mutation. Number 8 is the Conductors of Magic. When drawn, magic, unique, or Witcher swords increase sign damage by 50% of their own damage dealt. So basically at the start of combat, you get a 50% increase to damage dealt for your sign damage based on the sword that you are using. This is definitely a solid mutation that I would absolutely consider picking up if you're making some sort of a sign/combat build, combining those two things into some regard. There is definitely benefits to that, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying this is the worst mutation ever by putting it at 8 on this list. Personally though, I think it's not as good as some of the others, such as Magic Sensibilities and Piercing Cold, which we'll touch on much later in this video. They're way further down the line, but based on my testing, the Magic Sensibilities, especially Piercing Cold, do more damage benefits to your sign intensity and sign actual damage output than Conductors of Magic, so that's why it finishes here. Number 7 is Bloodbath. Each fatal blow dealt by a sword dismembers the enemy or activates a finisher. Each blow dealt by a weapon in melee combat increases attack power by 5% until combat ends to a maximum of 250%, and the bonus is lost if you take damage, not including damage from toxicity. So essentially with this, you want to avoid taking damage, so using something like Quen is really beneficial in a build with Bloodbath, or just getting good at dodging, which I definitely could be better at, but you know, that's neither here nor there. But essentially with this, the more attack power increase you get, the more damage you do. It's a perfect ability to increase with a combat build, and that's why this is more beneficial than, say, Deadly Counter. Deadly Counter is only a flat 25%, whereas as this, the better you are at dodging and avoiding damage, that attack power benefit is going to increase exponentially during combat, and you can combine this with some sort of decoctions to even increase your attack power even further. A lot of benefits to Bloodbath in dealing overall damage for a combat focused only build. If you're making just a combat build, I would be using Bloodbath personally. We are moving on to number 6, and that is Second Life. When vitality reaches 0, you become temporarily invulnerable and regenerate 100% vitality. The effect can only be triggered once every 120 seconds. Second Life doesn't sound that interesting realistically when you've got all these other abilities and mutations that do fancy things. This just makes you invulnerable and regenerates all of your health. That's kind of cool. But the interesting thing here is that it's alchemy, combat, and science. So in the 4 extra skills, you could put either alchemy, combat, or science skills in them and make any kind of build out of this, really, and you'll get value out of it. Something that I worked out as well is that the second life, because when you're invulnerable during that effect, when it triggers, it's actually a Quen sign. So if you're using a build that has Quen, you get much more benefits from that, because the Quen sign effects will also benefit that shield that's on you, so that, you know, it'll explode, the targets will take damage, all of that stuff. So some sort of bear build using this is actually really strong, and because of the flexibility in this fitting in really any kind of a build, it definitely goes higher up that list because of the benefits to using it in any kind of skill line. But it's not the best because it's not giving you any value unless you die, and it seems counterintuitive to die, right? Do you know what I mean? But if you're on Death March and you really want something to, as a bit of a backup to keep you alive in some encounters, it's actually a really good option to pick up. Before we hit the top 5, I'll say that everything in the top 5 is extremely viable in my opinion. Basically everything on this list is viable except maybe Toxic Blood, I would personally say, but the top 5 are definitely very close together and all exceptional to use in certain scenarios. Alright, we'll start with number 5, and that is the Metamorphosis. Applying critical effects to opponents activates a random decoction for 120 seconds with no toxicity cost. The maximum number of decoctions can be activated simultaneously is 5, and the Witcher senses help you see better in dark. So seeing better in dark is cool and all, but the really benefits here is having 5 decoctions active at once with no actual cost. The really interesting thing about this skill, and I made a build, by the way, my Viper build uses Metamorphosis, go watch that if you want more info on that. But the interesting thing here is that it will only draw from decoctions that you have actually crafted. So if you only craft decoctions that are actually going to benefit, say, your build, or just benefit you in general, the 5 that it's going to automatically activate will be beneficial to you in those encounters, and they higher your crit hit chance, which is super easy to get your crit hit chance to almost 100% in the next gen update. You really can just have those 5 decoctions active at all times with 0 downside, and it's a really strong mutation to use. Plus you can have alchemy, combat, and science skills in the extra 4 slots, so it fits into any kind of a build. Really beneficial in all regards. Moving on to number 4, and that is Adrenaline Rush. Adrenaline Rush uses combat and science skills in the 4 extra slots. At the start of combat, sword attack power and sign intensity increase for 30 seconds by 30% for each of the foes at the start of combat. So when fighting 11 foes, the bonus is 300%. After that 30 seconds, sword attack power and sign intensity drop by 10% for each participating foe after the first. So this is an interesting ability, and it's really, you want to dump all of your load at the start of that combat encounter and make combat as fast as possible. That 300%, especially in encounters where you're fighting lots of enemies, is actually a lot, and it fits perfectly into a sign and combat build because it focuses on sign and combat skills. It's a sign and combat mutation. It's absolutely fantastic for those kind of a builds that really makes it really stand out at the start of those encounters. But after that 30 seconds, you are going to struggle. Your damage fall off is going to be very significant, and you're going to see a huge drop off, and you really want to avoid that. So if you can end encounters in 30 seconds, it is really, really powerful. It's also worth mentioning in the 4.01 patch for the next gen version, they did fix the visual indicators for Adrenaline Rush, so you can actually see it on your like toolbar, as well as the indicators on Geralt himself. He goes like red and glowy. I did mention in my build video that uses Adrenaline Rush that the visual encounters weren't working, but they are working now, so that is actually fixed. Number 3 is Magic Sensibilities. Signs can deal critical hits. Their critical hit chance and damage increase with sign intensity, and opponents killed by critical hits from signs explode. The explode effect is essentially the same as the eruption rune you can put on your chest piece when you use Igni and enemies die from Igni, they explode. It's essentially the same as that, but exploding enemies is pretty cool. But having signs crit and having a crit chance and crit damage is actually not a bad effect to have. It does increase your damage by a significant amount. The downside here is that it only can put sign skills into those extra 4 skills, so it has to be basically like a griffin build, or even, you know, Forgotten Wolf set, maybe if you're looking for some sort of a pure